Hello, everyone. I apologize for being a bit late. Um, needed to do some checking up on stuff and testing, and in the last map, went really well. But it took a little bit too long because of that. So, I actually don't have any maps prepared. Actually, it's a lie. I theoretically have maps, but not the good ones. I mean, we can run those. I've been testing a lot of Blight farming yesterday after the stream ended.
Is a prison, not a prize. Leave it
Those, I think it's been a while. The gifts were week 1, week 2. What are you doing, buddy? That's an early divine. Hey, GVO. I can show the ring I was using in a moment. Hi, Trek Zero. How you doing, buddy? I really only felt like once I had these that my build took off. So I don't think I would recommend swapping without that. This is the ring I used before. I made it Crusader Influence for Bound by Destiny. And then Crit Multi Intelligence, Crit Multi Essence Intelligence. Alternative Fractured Crit Multi, and then Int All Attributes is also good. It's not full mirrored here yet, but it is. I mean, I have a mirror invested here. This is almost a mirror. Combined with the Mage Blood, it's a mirror. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is filler. This is 2 mirrors about. If we look for that much int on a helical with that, it gets pretty quick expensive. But we are working steadily towards the full mirror tier. The non-fractured helical ring is not that hard to make. The Delph version, the one I have, is a bit harder to make. But if you don't want to use the Coiling Whisper Sulita Tech, you don't have to use it. Oh no, why it's always split lanes? I mean, Stormy, I am heavily biased. I'm a big fan of Instack KB, but 1 KB felt better on lower budget. Where's the boss lane? Need to know where the boss lane is. There's it. What? How? Leave my pump alone. We are using the Invigoration Scarab, meaning that by using Empowering Towers, we make everything incredibly hard, but extremely rewarding. I will show it if I succeed here. Oh no, my Merc died. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Wow. I mean, KB, with this league, KB has no issue single target with the Mercenary. And that is only really needed if you do crazy stuff like this. Normal single target, I've been fine.
A swift choice. On guard.
I mean, even without the Merc, it's not 0. We are still doing like 20, 30 million single target DPS. Yeah, it died on this absurd content. Keep this in mind, the absurdity of content I'm doing.
Rid yourself of your delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied, only destroyed.
I will not do Blight on T17s. Blight you want to do on T16s. All your content is in that single Blight. You don't need a big map. You don't need a lot of enemies. You just need to go through the map fast. So, the difference between what I'm doing here and the non-boss variant, I used to do the non-boss variant, but at this point I am pretty much just currency hunting. Trying to get some locks drop, trying to get another mirror to drop. and just see how far I can push, because my upgrades are just getting so expensive. I need to hunt for the big drops instead of trying to get many small drops. So we're doing the invigoration variant. I brick like 1 in 4, 1 in 5 maps, but even with that I'm still made so far 30 diff an hour on this. So once I fix the last issues and this can run Blight properly, this should be 35-40 diff an hour. I also haven't tried utilizing a second player here yet because of how difficult those maps are. This is Blight Heart plus Invigoration plus Blooming. So I will show it in a moment. Let me run this one. So the Empower makes the enemies that are empowered by it have more toughness and more quantity. Not the boss lane, okay. This one's likely gonna be the boss then. This is a good spawn for it. Ah, this is the boss. Now we need to freeze the bosses. Why is the goat always so annoying? Stop being a goat. Do I only get bad examples today? Oh, yo, they just keep pushing. What am I supposed to do? I have zero control. I'm about to fail. Can't even upgrade the turrets. I can't even look at chat. I'm just trying to not lose the Blight here. Ah, I lost the Blight. Even lost, we still got a Divine, so we went even on this map. Unfortunate. They did not want to be slowed. Maybe I should have made a Ice Cage. Need to keep that in mind. I have only been using the 16.5s I've dropped so far, and I've self-rolled them. So here's my reason why Invigoration is so good. And why I'm gonna continue trying to make it work consistently for me. Literally in my last test map, just as I was about to start the stream, I don't even have it recorded or anything. But I did get a mirror from Blight. GBL, yes. If you don't want to do a precise technique variant where you need to travel all the way down, which I think is not worth it, unless you're doing a very specific Giga damage one with like Molten Strike of Zenith or something. I mean, I've been farming like crazy, so eventually I was bound to drop a mirror. 25 Sacred Orbs is a pretty good raid. So this is, I don't do damage every couple seconds, so I need to be careful on this one. Take precautions. I thought it was 30. I don't actually know. But I feel like Blight is just boosted. I mean, my character's pretty tanky at this point. 90 all res, almost 2k ES if it's not reduced defense map. I have cast and damage, Mortal Call, and Frost Shield to try and mitigate the incoming burst. I will make a video about the Trickster tomorrow, and depending on how today goes, I will make a video about Blight, just with like all the things I learned about it, because I feel like there are ways to make Blight easier. Oh no, what is this? This is not good. This is actually really bad. This might as well be a bricked map. I should have done it the other way around, maybe. We want as many lanes as possible. 2 lanes is bad. I actually have the tower range and the freeze anoint. At this point, Burning Ground Meteor Tower does nothing. I need to kill him myself. They have 200% life just from Scarabs, then map modifiers. Nice. Oh, the heck? Yeah. That's some pretty sad loot. It doesn't really matter what kind of enemies you kill. The most important part is that you get many lanes as possible. And the bosses are like half of the loot. But you just need to balance it out. I am getting bored of doing the Abyss, which is why which is why I'm forcing Blight to work for me. It is not a comparison skid. So yesterday I was watching PopGun, which I was already testing Blight, but I was trying to make Blight work with Titanic Scarabs. And it just did not feel good. And as I was watching PopGun and he was doing tests on Blight, I tested as well, parallel to him, with Invigoration, with Risk, with Titanic, Titanic of Legends, the other Titanic. And I feel like the best I can do is Invigoration Blooming. Those two combined on top of Blightheart are what results in the most amount of loot. And then use risks. Yeah. I mean, Blight was one of the first strats I tried as well. I even went for it before Abyss, but it didn't in this variation of it, and never felt as good as Abyss on other variants. This was the first variant that felt better than Abyss for me. I also tried Breach again, but Breach just, I don't know, unless you have Explodes, it doesn't feel that great. That's 4 portals. Where are the others gonna be? Here. Please let this be the boss portal. Yes, perfect. So here's a few things I noticed. If you just freeze the bosses and ignore the bosses, the rest of the enemies will spawn, but the boss lane will have a limit to the amount of enemies that can have spawned at once. Or at least sometimes it felt like that. So you want to actively kill the bosses, because they are a bigger part of your loot. You want to... one freeze tower on top of the bosses feels really great. Another freeze tower at the end in case you die and you need to spawn back in and enemies started moving. And drowning orbs, volatiles, and elemental avoidance are mods that are really hard to go with. And seconds you deal no damage, you can build around. It's not a breaking mod. It's annoying, but it's not a break. Alright, this is about to be over. Surely this is gonna be a good one. 5 divines. That is why this strat is insane. Other strats can create divines, other dude, but this one has been very explosive. I don't think that... I kind of find the idea funny of having a second character on a second monitor. But also it is a lot of setup, so you're gonna be spending another day just setting that character up, getting it leveled and everything. I feel like just running it solo is better. I feel like the inflation at this point is on the mirrors. Like, the big items are increasing in value. Helica rings, simplex amulets, mirrors, high value bases. But all the normal stuff, it all drops. There is not one thing that drops and the other thing that doesn't drop. Everything drops. So that's why everything for a normal player is at the same range. They don't lose value towards compared to each other. Now, you do buy a mirror if you wanted a mirror and mirror item.
The more you aid him, the more harm you bring upon him.
This league feels actually fairly stable. Because of the top strat just dropping. Not dropping specific things, just dropping everything. Yeah, that I agree to. You buy a mirror if you want to use a mirror. Otherwise you go for locks or go for, I don't know. I don't actually know if I want to mirror body or boots. I need to check which one have a bigger impact on my character. Imagine. Imagine I get another mirror from Blight today. I'm a bit sad that I wasn't recording it. But I was not expecting a mirror right before I start streaming. Literally 5 minutes before I started the stream. In the last map. Am I I'm not doing damage. Why are they so tanky? Ah, yo! Well, I guess that's a rip. That was a very fast rip. That's sad. I have not gotten the lock yet. I've gotten more mirrors than locks dropped at this point. One more is still one more. I also tried currency chisels. I don't know yet how I feel about those. Because I still have a pretty high rip rate. I don't know if I want to have more currency chisels on the maps. But on the other hand, I got a mirror drop today. I don't think I can not have made profit at the end of today. Yeah, the maps are at this point one divine and a bit. But you are very easy able to get it back out if you don't get a break.
Hurry up and
I feel like the best thing I could do is actually find an Aura Bot or a Mana Guardian to stand next to the pump. Not gonna be bothering with investing time to get a second one. Second character pump up and running. This is a good one. Lots of space for empower, lots of overlap gonna happen. Just need to see which one here is gonna be the boss one. Neither. Okay. This means the boss has got to be a specific lane. Don't know how I feel about that. Oh no, yeah, that's gotta be the boss, 100%. Alright, time to get all the upgrades in before it's too late. I can't move anymore. It feels good if they are frozen and I can just stand here and kill them. Actually, I do not know. I know that they have... I know I can kill Uber Cyrus with ease. Uber Cyrus I can basically one-phase the final phase. I cannot one-phase those bosses as fast. Uber Cyrus is the only Uber I've done so far. So, okay, apologies. The Invigoration Scarab is looking for Empowering Towers. An Empowering Tower is the green one. But, if I upgrade it to stage 4, it's no longer an Empowering Tower, it's either an Imbuing Tower or a Smothering Tower. meaning the Scarab no longer applies to them. If I upgrade the towers to stage 4, I no longer get the buff to the enemies. They need to be stage 3. And the glacial towers is the same thing I have here. Chilling towers freeze enemies. So this is a chilling tower. That is a glacial cage or a freeze ball tower. Those will no longer freeze enemies. So I use the T3 towers because their buffs are actually more powerful than their T4 variants. If I upgrade them to T4, I lose the benefits, which I want. I did not respawn Nemesis Bow, but there's a really simple answer. Stand on top of the boss, don't die. Wait. I need to see this, because when I tested it, it did not feel like it worked. Okay, that is insane. That makes this so much easier. Give me all those upgrades ASAP. I tested and I swore I was so sure it doesn't work. I'm gonna test. We're gonna test it next map. 3 Fortunates, 1 Divine Orb. I'm gonna test it out. Thanks, garbage. If it works, it would be really great. I did a few runs with Empowering, and it did not feel like I get any more loot from a map. So that's why I stopped on the T3 tower. If I'm wrong on this, I'm wrong on this, and I gladly accept I'm wrong, because the tier 4 tower would make things so much easier. Blueprints are hit or miss lately. The T4 tower apparently, based on the post that we just saw from GG, makes the enemies harder, but also gives its buff to you, the usual T4 buff. I'm gonna test it. I have the currency to test it around. So, theoretically, based on what they say, it applies this thing, gives them more difficulty and reward, and it applies its usual buff to the player. I actually don't know if the T4 tower stacks, but I think I heard it does. We're about to test it out. I mean, yeah, I didn't say you lose money, but it's getting the really big items is such a hit or miss that in some BPLs with like 20, 30 heist runners, they do not find a simplex over a 3-day period. What I did like doing different than I saw other people do, the red influence does feel better. There's two things we don't take as a downside on the red one. Being the minus resistances and what was the other one called? And the meteor, just because I don't want to risk it with the meteor. But everything else we can easily take on a CI character that has immune to elements. Okay, this is an 8 lane. This is a 1 path, 8 lane. Pretty good. Sometimes it does 0, sometimes I use my flask so often because I killed countless of enemies that it one-shot me. Because instead of 1 meteor I saw 70. Where are the bosses at? Boss is this one. That one, okay. Alright, let's see if it works or not. Oh, nice! I want to so eventually I will move off the Trickster. And I think my next build is gonna be a map rusher. Yes, really. Because I got bunch of rare spawned on my Blight and it just... I had, with just the flask, I had 60 headhunter buffs. Because in this short time I got a headhunter, it spawned a crazy amount of rares, killed, and I kept refilling it. And it just kept proccing. Alright, this has to be an insane one. 300 currency. If I get no loot whatsoever, T4 tower do not work. One divine only? That felt a bit low, but not enough to clearly say it worked or didn't work. Way earlier, not proper build. What do you mean 3 of each EM code? 3 level 3, 3 level 4 1, 3 level 4 variant 2? Why that setup? Why not just all T4? If T4 apply as well? I'm no longer converting. I am not converting my physical damage. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I've already done a bunch of T3 runs, so I just need to do the T4 runs to test. Basically, if I run a couple T4 runs,
There is no honor in what you are doing.
and don't get more than one divine from the Blight, then it doesn't. Nope. So I have this flask, and that completely makes me immune to reflect of all sorts. So I do not have any reflect. Otherwise, yes, I could still die from it. Have you seen the amount of hits I do? Actually, two. Like, I have 4. And right now it's converting. Where'd my fist damage go? So, because I do not have the investment to convert to lightning, I'm taking other things above that. I got the flask suffix instead. This was one of the reasons I wanted to swap to Trickster and Mage Blood. Absolute immunity to reflect, don't need to worry about conversion, freeing up my gloves to be something like more int, attack speed, energy shield, instead of needing conversion. Yeah, but also I don't want it on my Watcher. My Watcher is really powerful for me. It's crit chance and ES on hit, meaning I can even do Norwegian maps. Alright, we got a split path. This is for sure not the boss, but I'm still gonna add a freeze tower here just in case. And one of these is gonna be the boss. I need to figure out which one. Okay, that lane is the boss. Alright, we can take a look in a bit. Alright, all my towers are T4. Let's see if it actually works. Wasn't too bad. I got like a 4 overlap on things. Wait. Wait, Stormy. You're not supposed to lose the temple mod, what? I feel like something was wrong in the process. You're not supposed to be able to lose the temple mod. No divine. And this is what makes me think that it doesn't work. Oh, this is an endgame craft. Was about to say, why is there no fracture? So, suffixes are pretty good. Ah, you didn't went for no life. And body armor is elevated explode, elevated conquest. Pretty nice with chaos rest. How much currency was on this map? 300 again, and only one exalt. You can... I have just all reason to believe that T4 towers do not affect it. Honestly, if you wanted the live dead urgently, I would have tried to fracture the conversion after the suffixes were done. And then you could have had either the temple mod fractured or the conversion fractured, and you could have had safely added your life.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
Like the difference in how much loot I've gotten with the T3 towers and the T4s, it just feels different. The explosion doesn't take as long. There are no things. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. Just make sure that you only have 4 mods on it, right? Just the suffixes and the conversion.
The judgment is yours to make. Prove your worth. I require that you think.
6 lane split? No, 6 lane single path. Okay, that's good. No boss lane yet. Yeah, all turrets placed. Ready for the boss lane. There's the boss lane. There's the freeze. That wouldn't reach the boss lane, so might as well go freeze. Bosses are 4x empowered here. We have this one and those. Hey, where are you going? Get back here. As long as I kill them on top of their spawn location, we have a 4x empowerment. And where do you think you going? Oh, wow. Wow. Have I lost? No, I haven't lost yet. I can salvage. Interesting. Maybe I just had a bad streak of maps. That was T3, yes. But it didn't feel much different than the last one, so maybe I just had a bad streak of maps. So we're back to square one in testing. I mean, look, when was that message? That's a while ago. Hmm.
Perhaps your intentions are good, so are mine. It makes no difference to the Atlas.
This is a 300 currency map. This should be a good test. 300 currency is a good amount of currency to expect to think. That is indeed pretty strong. I'm pretty sure Sikaiba made a chest like that. I don't like it, and I became a pretty big fan of survivability on my build. As much as I can, even if it's a squishy build. I try to make it the tankiest variant possible. Doesn't mean it has to be tanky, it just has to be a tanky, let's say a tanky Deadeye. So using the chest not for defenses nowadays feels pretty bad to me. Yeah, but it's brutal because it's a lot of damage, not because it makes you tanky. Alright, what we got? We got a single line. Okay, oh, this is volatile. Volatiles are annoying. But we got a single lane. or single main path. So we're gonna test T4s here. I hope that the boss spawns here somewhere. Has a good overlap. Oh no, it's just gonna be one of these. Which one is it gonna be? That one, okay. Where do you think you're going? Alright, so this has to be a massive one. If T4 works. Look at all these overlaps. How did you get all the way up there? Hello? You're not supposed to be up here. Got no empowering towers over there. I don't know the fee for the fist wand. I mirrored the soul needle. That's 100 diff fee. That's an instacker wand. Hey, stop right there. Gee, this rare's tanky. And Squishy KB into instacker. So one puzzle box? That feels like not nearly enough. I think I'm gonna go back to T3s. Like, for this much overlap on one point. So, I started my swap with the instacker wand. So I mirrored the weapon. I farmed up a mirror on the squishy version. I mirrored the weapon. And then I swapped to Instacker, but I sticked on Warden. He's still using Kinetic Blast, Tinctures, Warden, and a Headhunter. And then, once I had also a Simplex and a Mage Blood, I swapped to Trickster and became a truly tanky variant. But if you want to do really rippy Mip Stormy, he should have a Headhunter as temporary power boost. That's at least my opinion. When I checked my POB, when I went instacker without the mirror weapon, my DPS just dropped into oblivion. So that's why I postponed it as much. So I have no more maps left. Let's check this. We need to keep in mind there's 85 divines plus the mirror, which we need to ignore. Wealthy exile. It's a bit crazy. Sure, we get a mirror every time. So we got fortresses, we got divines, we bought an upgrade for 90, got 85 back. That means there we got like a decent amount of divines dropped in our maps. Got a couple fortunates, good chunk of chaos. Huh. Alright. So I think, how many maps do I have left that are good? 6. That's still 2 finished world maps. So I could just buy a couple of more currency, then split the maps so I have them always more. Yeah, maybe. Alright, time to buy split beasts. I need some chaos. Um, at this point, just as much currency as possible. Mm. That's all the chaos I could need. Get rid of the blueprints as well. MD, you want to buy a bunch of blueprints before I look at TFT? Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, you're also running blueprints. You're not just selling them. I get what you mean, Mizrim. Honestly, a headhunter goes a long way for surviving Legion, surviving Harbingers and things. Be right back. Alright. Uh, let's get rid of some blueprints. Open TFT. Heist want to buy. Blueprints. What are blueprints going for? Blueprints seem 25 chaos each. Looks like it. Waiting. Yes, I saw the message. What up? I can tell you the names of people so you can DM them. But I don't want to also grab all your blueprints. My inventory is full enough. Not online, dang it. So Spix at Godstein buys blueprint 25C each. I don't think you're meant to own every time my maps. There's not a much loot for him there. They're actually just looting my map now. Get all the chaos out of the map.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Cool. Alright, I got chaos, time to buy stuff. Avarice. We're gonna buy him at 40 for 46. 18 for 0. Uh, $47. Okay, then do we have enough beasts? Likely. I've been beast farming. Yeah, I got enough beasts. So 40 is... How many maps? That's 10 maps. So we want 10 beasts. Hmm. Let me check TFT then. That, yeah, it's a bit too expensive. Guess we're buying over trade. This is incredibly more tanky. However, I personally do not recommend swapping to this version until you have a tanky, until you have the Mirror Wand and preferably the Simplex. What is the chaos needed for 17? 850. Okay. Alright. We're gonna buy one last. So, yes, that's what I did. I had a Mirror Wand, a Simplex Amulet, and a Mage Blood, and then I swapped to a Trickster. I also was on a full CI Instacker gear already. And with Trickster and with some other changes, I then went to a tanky variant. If you have the things, you can try. However, I do want to mention that Progenesis does nothing once we are CI. I was on a flat elemental version until I had the mirror weapon and all the until I had the mirror weapon, and only then did I swap to CI with like 10k ES. That was my condition to go for it. Alright. This means we have now 20, which means we can buy 20 more Everest. But in the meantime, we can start chiseling and splitting the first maps. So all of these have no quality. Perfect. So we can take the first. Make them rare. It is not the worst. Oh, there goes the second half. Yeah. One I was a really big fan of, with its tankiness. With its easy damage scaling, but a lot of people have been playing Deadeye without issues either, as well. I just haven't tested Deadeye myself this league, so I cannot guarantee it. We can chisel 10 more. This means we have about to have 40 maps we can run once we're done with this process. Making space for those. Actually, I'm likely just gonna do I have maps? It's gonna make it easier. How's our ship doing? Ah. We're about to see if we get lucky on our shipment.
Let his power be known!
Alright, they're all rare. Time to mass split. So with the splitting, we retain the implicit, the quality on currency. Also, if at any point during the mapping part I missed any questions from anybody, I was sorry. I was really focused on not breaking the maps. some of those are still quite rippy. Hey Alp, you can at any point import my current iteration on from PoE Ninja or from my profile directly and import it on the POB. I have not finished defining the rare gear of the current stage, and I'm using basically this is T2 attack speed, which it shouldn't be. It should be T1. It should be better divined. This should be double T1. This should be double T1, and there should be reservation here. The shield should be double T1. The items aren't done yet. I need a little bit more time. I will be out with the POB tomorrow for this version of the Instacker. We make one map into two maps. We are splitting the base, which retains the implicits and the characteristics of the item. The regex for what? For beasts or for maps? The beast regex is from PoE.ie. I just copied the target is not rare. Okay. I just copied the current best beast from there. And mine, I adapted Chigua's target is not rare again. What is going on? I can share that in a moment. I don't think it's quite correct yet. I need to further refine it. Because if we are using the currency chisels, we want 100 plus. Hey, one pinch. 50 chaos for a split beast. It's pretty decent. We finally have a proper use for it again. I mean, we had the use for a while, but nobody was splitting maps because it wasn't worth it. Alright, I wanted to... So, this is the current one. that I'm currently copying. However, I'm gonna make a new one. And I'm gonna replace the 1 with a 2 here. Oh, not on the quantity. Here. That needs to be a 2. And no, that's quantity. Where's the... There's the second currency. How do I replace that? With what you have, you could go for the CI version. Keep in mind that I did only swap to the CI once I had the instack weapon, so that going CI actually benefited me in their own in survivability, but also damage. I'm gonna try this um, for currency chisel. I'm gonna see how that works. Huh. But this is not enough, actually. We need at least 240. Time to go back to beast farming, MD. Make sure that these are actually bad. And my adapted regex works. Okay. That is a good one. That is a good one. Ooh, we take this one for the more scarabs. I like when we have high scarabs on high currency. And that is a good one. Then we take exalted orbs. And this one goes back. A life base, we have rest pits. What do you mean? And the blood thingy where you sacrifice all your life. Be right back. Actually, I don't even know what the official definition of a mirror tier build is, but I'm using one item, two items that are more than a mirror or a mirror, and then two items that are combined a mirror. So at least 3 mirrors into this build. Hey, the boat's there. Let's take a break and check the boat.
Got some shinies in.
Did we get lucky or did we not? We got pretty unlucky. Last one was 11 divines and a mirror shard. This one was 4 divines. And not even a spell suppression tattoo. That is a 17.5 million shipment. Alright. Time for my corn to catch up to the wheat.
Just a little tighter. Oops.
Can use those here. Uh, 17.5 million shipment with 9 million dust and 315 crops. So the middle-sized shipment.
Welcome. What can I do for you?
Demop, the mirror shards have a 60% chance to appear on 17.5 million shipments. And are more likely on 50 million shipments, but 50 million shipments you can do basically once per week or every couple days, while you can do the 17 or 16.5, 17.5 shipments you can do like every other day. Every day to every other day. 50 million is the max M code. That's 240, that's 240. It's 290. It's not high enough. 296. 240. 250. Exalt Slam. Cool. And next round. So I spent week 1 time to set my King's March up, and since then I have not needed to worry about it. It takes like 5 million gold and half an hour to set up. And from there it's a self-runner, so I can just put in 5 million gold and now it's gonna be lasting for a week. Doesn't matter what I do.
What was I thinking about just now?
I don't need to worry about this at all. I just let it run in the background. Until I can send a shipment again. The only thing I need to manage is that whenever I produce too much wheat, I balance it out with corn. I'm not using any bars. I'm just doing shipments here. Those are just byproduct. I just generate dust and ship wheat corn shipments. Everything else I don't care about. I'm not trying to min-max my King's March. I also haven't been using the mappers in a while, even though they got me a few neat items. $240, $240, not high enough. Exalted, successful. I'm kind of tempted to just Exalt spam these maps, just because of the additional time it takes to do Scour Alk. We'll need more exalts. Nope. Okay, enough. Alright, that's the first batch of 20. Mm.
It's all about marketing.
Exalts are crazy expensive still because of rolling of these maps. But I feel like it's gonna be worth it. Map rolling is no fun, but it's needed for the fun maps. Surely we can also get a lock today. Not just the mirror drop. A deep. Wait, isn't deep in Kavan? No, Arachnid is Kavan, so Frog has to be deep. Frog and Watcher are deep. Vulture is sand. Morrigan is wild, and Arachnid is Kavan. Exclamation mark Wander or update gets you to videos with the Warden version of the build. If you are interested in the Trickster version of the build, I currently don't have an up-to-date PoE, but you can always check out PoE Ninja to import my build from there if you want to see what I'm currently doing. I'm still fine-tuning some decisions and finalizing the PoE. I will make an update tomorrow. Yo, that's a massive currency map. I want... Actually, I'm gonna pause here, I think. The less maps I have, the more time they take to run. So I'm just gonna take these 20 I have ready here. Let me check the tree. I don't feel like you should be doing this. In all honesty, MD. I don't feel like... whenever I try to add Betrayal on top of Beasts, my map took me way too long. I would do Beasts, look for Starfall Crater, and Heist. Also, you're missing the last chance for Kirek here. For Einhar. He might not guarantee spawn. Other than that, the tree looks correct. In theory, however, I had a Blight not spawn, despite there only being like a 1% chance to not spawn, so I don't take the risk anymore. I go for 100% on tree. Just so they don't spawn. I would... So, this is what I would do. This is what I would throw on the tree. Improving the odds for Starfall Crater. You could also grab this instead of this blocking part, and then you can grab these nodes. We would still use Heist on the map device, we would just have this as a on top of it. Ah, yeah, this would be good, indeed. I have not read that note actually yet. I have not yet taken a look at this. But this is what my current map rushing tree would be. Arguably, I could also consider taking the Guardian nodes, but those aren't that much worth it anymore. You could actually take this if you can make it fit. As you're just rushing with an influence, I assume. I mean, you're running the maps wide, no? Then those are whatever. Here. I think this is what I would do. And then you could take Dutiful Soldier and just have a Huck with you if you want. In all honesty, this is something I would do. I would kill the map boss with those nodes. I mean, if you don't want to, then just don't use those, obviously. But I would still grab this. Oh, I still have the betrayal notes down here. Yeah. I just feel like if you already want Beast, Beast is your print. This is where you get your currency from. Everything that takes time away from Beast without having a chance of significantly giving more loot is bad. Which is why I dropped Essence from my Beast strategy when I did it earlier this league. Actually, you could do... You could grab these and just have a bit of map sustain. Yeah. Alright. That's what I think I will do. That is a good question, Sunkosa. That is actually a good question. If we are already here, we could just grab yeah. I will not do Dunes, I will do Strand. Dunes you might miss something you need to check. I would always run Strand on Beast. You never miss a good Beast on Strand. But if you have a Scarab still empty, so you could... The Kagur Scarabs do cost something, so you could use Sulfite Scarab and just get the mining byproducts. Nah. If you need dust, you just buy a T0 quality and you get 2 million. Keep in mind that we are killing the least amount of enemies possible per map when we do Beast Rush. Alright, let's get these maps on the way. I need 20 daily orbs. And I need scarabs. Use 2, and then we need to top up these. How much chaos do I have left? Enough, I think. Mats, congratulations, you're about almost there on having an absolute Giga Blaster. So we're gonna be grabbing those first. We have 20, so we want 7 of those. Then we have 3, so we need 17. We get 17 times 38, that's 646. And then we need 14. 121. 1696. Oh, they just dropped. That's good for me. 1484. Let's do it. Can I? Yeah, sure. There goes the orbs. While we wait for the scarabs. Matt, thank you. It was the most expensive craft I've ever done. I've never used logs in crafting before. Alright, we just gotta run a map. Until then it should complete. Ether influence, correct tree, and everything. Alright, we're good to go.
Stay
MD,
still.
one pinch might have your strands. Alright, and we go. We're zooming now. Actually, wait. I need to take a snapshot. So, we just invested 32 divines into this. Let's see how much we're getting out.
I eagerly await your down now.
Alright, I'm gonna try the meteor. Maybe it's better now. By the way, anybody has an Aura bot this league? I still want to test them with a proper Aura bot. See how they feel. Basic currency dupe. I don't have portals, that is not good. There we go, we got portals. Got a single lane, that is good for us. Means we can empower. This is a 400 more currency map. I need to be careful with the ritual. The boss zone spawn we don't have. That is dangerous. I might die here. Don't have a chill directly in front of the boss. But as long as we don't die now, we should be good to go. There's a lot of overlap on the bosses, which is good. Alright, the map effect. That's fair. I'm so used to keep the map effect on my trees now. The combination of energy leech with cast when damage taken frost shield is pretty good. The only thing I'm missing is Vault Discipline. But I feel like I die to one-shots more than anything else. Anything that isn't a one-shot I should be able to recover from. Alright, we are about to get our first map. How good is our first map gonna be? This was a 430 currency map. gonna get a Tink on the first map? No Tink, huh? Interesting. Ah, there's our Tinks. I have ES on hit and energy shield leech. So when we have maps where we don't do damage for like 3 seconds, I still have the energy shield on hit to keep me alive during those phases. I also have Ghost Dance, which gives me energy shield when I'm hit, in proportion to my evasion rating.
You gamble with
I'm not moving once I'm in those dangerous maps. Actually, I have only recently swapped off Steel Skin. I don't know if I'm dealing with it. I have at least not felt bleed being an issue in a while. But as I said, I only recently swapped into Immortal Call. I might just swap back to Steel Skin. Hey, Big Nick. It's super juicing Blight, chasing currency drops, which did got me already a mirror yet today. Sadly, it was slightly before I started the stream, so I do not have any proof of it dropping, outside of this one. I feel like I should also swap my Fortunate, but I'm pretty happy with it. I like Fortunate. But sometimes it feels like I'm capped to 1. I could have gotten more. I should have gotten more Fortunates of my enemies in this map. Yo! We got a T1! It's worth nothing, likely. It's worth 40 chaos, likely. Alright, which direction do we go, Blight? It's one direction, that's good. It's very overlapping, which is also great. This curve is actually massive for us, because this will result in massive overlap. If the boss spawns at the correct position. The boss lane. We are looking at 500 more currency on this map. Where's the boss lane? I don't like that the boss lane is out here. But we still have massive, massive overlap. I've so much overlap I can allow myself to do a safety portal, safety freeze. Nope, those are post-nerf. I just rolled on myself, Skid. You saw me rolling on myself. The Bismuth ore can buff all enemies in the zone, giving him more loot. Which is our target. Yeah. It's... Basically, we noticed the last league, whenever we took that node, we got more gold in our maps. And it's just a passive loot buff to everything, if you get it. On top of applying a dark mode to your map, which is just more pleasing to the eyes. Hey, where do you think you're going? Get back here. No rushing the pump for you. This has to be a massive one. It has to be. Look at how much overlap I have here. We have 12 rewards from Delirium. I have 11 Headhunter buffs without a Headhunter. No, it's not. It's the one with the tornadoes. I'm so curious how much we're gonna be getting from this map. I hope it's massive. It has to be massive. Alright, we're gonna get the reveal. Only 2 divines? Wow. I was expecting more, to be honest. From a map this juiced up, I was expecting a bit more. Keith, with the follow, I appreciate it. Wine works just like a Headhunter buff, so they don't conflict with each other. It's not like with Inspired Learning, where you gain a 20-second buff instead of a 1-minute buff. You do get the 1-minute buff from the Wine of the Prophet. But I'm not using a Headhunter anymore, so I get sometimes Headhunter buffs for free. This map was... I'm lagging despite not seeing the loot. If I press Alt, I'm gonna crash here. I pressed Alt on purpose. Bye bye game. Oops. We found the loot. Alright, my game's not responding. The game is actually not responding. I didn't crash the game. I completely crashed the game. Didn't even go to log in. I just gone. That's hilarious. At the end of today's stream, I need to make a huge cleanup session for my stash. There's so much stuff in there that needs to be liquefied. I have, according to Wealthy Exile, 190 different scarabs.
Is not
Oh. That's a good start. Keep in mind that at this point we are running a high investment strategy. We have 100% currency chiseled our map, which costs 100 chaos per map. Actually more. 40 chaos, so 160 chaos per map. We're spending about a divine to 1.3 divines per map. So we need more than one div if we want to go profitable in a map. Do this rarity test ring, nice. We take the reduced flask charges, that's okay. Wine-Flip Profit is such a good flask, it goes past that. Now we start. Get rid of the nuisance. We have a single lane, that's good. We like to see those. I am not using Sublime Vision. I'm using Melding of the Flesh. In theory, a Sublime should be better. But Melding is just enough. We don't need more. Right. Those are fine. We can upgrade those. Oh. This should be the boss lane. Yeah, I knew it. This means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna make one a player buff, just in case. Even if it doesn't work, one player buff is good enough for me. And we have the emergency chill tower back there. What is going on? Hello? Why are they... Hey! Game! You're not supposed to brick me there. That is so unfair. They just walked past me. A little bit. Can I salvage?
Shut towards his will. Shut towards his will.
I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea if I salvaged or not. This is peak PoE gameplay, people. Aww. They got past me. Holy. What was this? Oh yeah, okay. 184 more life and 76 of life as ES. Those were beyond tanky. That's sad that I lost this one. This one felt incredibly good if it would have worked out. Maybe this was a few too many buffs. Maybe I should have made one or two debuff on top of the player buff. But also it gotten so laggy. I think I just didn't kill the enemies fast enough and they just won past me. The small ones. The bosses I was able to handle.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
Alright, this is a 576 currency map. Surely this one delivers. Surely I get a good Blight layout. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. Which one is the boss? This is the boss lane. Please tell me I have... Okay, good. What the heck? Did they just spawn literally on top of the pump? Walked on it and end? Where did they came from? What was that? That's a rip. Wow. Well, I guess that was a fast map.
You are not conquering the Atlas. It is conquering you.
I wasn't. I was next to the pump. They spawned next to me. Or maybe they just zoomed through their lane. I didn't notice because I was trying to upgrade stuff. I mean, if we start to get good maps, it's okay that we brick a map here or there. I think it's inevitable unless we have even more.
Born of Cater, baptized
Yo, look, this guy has a Jinx Juju.
by both. Show no weakness. Fight innocent. Be proud. It is yours by right, and I will remember this.
Alright, we got a single passage, that's good. I used them for a bit, but I'm no longer using any explode mods on my penance brand. That lane mutated to the boss lane. Oh no, this lane mutated to the boss lane. That is my mistake, I looked wrong. Get rid of the bosses quickly. Are we going a bit safer? Only if you do something like Giga Juice Breach. For Blight, for Abyss, for T17s, for bossing, it does not. Well, the difference between a KB explode and a normal explode is the normal explode can chain, if you have several explodes, can chain off each other and do percentage based on the enemy's health. So if you scale that, you can chain react kill enemies, while KB explode can't do that. KB explode has the coverage, but not the chaining. But for some content you want chaining explosions. But in that case you can use things like Aureus End or Devastator Cluster. Alright, good loot, please. One puzzle box. Where did all my things go? The test went so well earlier today. And now the maps just feel lackluster, even though I have juiced up like crazy. Huh. Well, that ain't nice. That's a few Essence of Horror skid. Nice.
You are not conquering the Atlas. It is conquering you.
One rarity, sure.
Approach, challenger.
I survived.
House Cater broke me. I paid them.
End of the line.
Okay. Yep, I did play CI as a Warden for a bit. I had a Headhunter, I was CI instacking with a mirror weapon on a Warden. I swapped to Trickster to improve my survivability once I had a Mage Blood as well. And dropped the Headhunter. Come on, no split path. Yep, nice. Yep. If you check exclamation mark update, you will find the CI version. Which one of those is gonna be the boss lane? This one, okay. Hey, stop goading. One, two, three, four, 5 overlap on the bosses. Surely this map's good. If I don't get a tink now, I'm gonna get desperate. Ah, yo, what? Game! I'm not supposed to die there. You can just drop the crit mastery and get the caster mastery, Slacy. There's nothing that's telling you need to play exactly that tree, just because I recommend that tree. I did use the caster mastery on that version of the build. Alright. Big loot incoming? Surely big loot incoming. Just not everybody that uses the PoE is gonna go for abyss farming and needs the caster mastery, so I didn't put it in. To not bait people using it that aren't in need of it. If you need it, just drop drop the frenzy generation or crit multi and grab the caster mastery. Alright, surely. Give me the things. Game. I thought this was over long ago and we're still going. Alright, now, give me the things. This has to be a good one. One Divine, 2 Puzzle Boxes, 2 Awakening Scarabs, 1 Fortress, 2 Fortress, and a bunch of loot. How many scarabs do I have on top of the currency? 184. Okay. It's gonna take a bit to loot. This is the one I'm using with currency chisels. It's yoinked from Chigur. And it's adjusted to my needs. Oh. Loot filter, I'm using FUB guns. No, I do not Tom. If I get that, I use cages. If I notice that I can't slow down enemies, I just use the cage. I'm trying to block as few mods as possible. The mods I block are the ones I noticed have caused me to lose a run. Or make a run super tedious. That's the only time I block something. Let's change the music up a bit. Infamous. Infamously dead. Haha. Alright. We got currency do. It's good. It's a 5 lane. Doesn't split. Where do you think you're going? Oh, boss lane is active. Need to kill bosses to get the Blight currency. Alright. From there, upgrade ASAP. Gonna use safety one. This is not reaching the bosses anyway. Alright, we got everything placed, and now we just need to not die. Hey, hey, hey. They tried to rush it. Give me one Empower and one Degen, I guess. My Merc died. Oh, this is gonna be a hard one. Oh no! That's not good. Why are we breaking our maps? They either break or we don't get things. I don't like that. Why is this happening? Why did they not got frozen? That is not good. Few too many breaks. And the maps that have been doing well have not really been dropping the divines that I was hoping for. What is going wrong here?
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
But it's at least a refreshing alternative to following Abysses in T17s. Even if we are breaking a bit.
The Trothan Code, so it's death you want. Die. Defeat one's tribute.
Power divine!
Come on. Alright, we got a 7-lane. Decent layout. Those are all non-boss. This is the one that is boss. Where do you think you're going? I need to win this round. Can't afford another lose. It's a very heavy overlap, I like that. There's a lot of things affecting the bosses here. But the map wrote simple enough that I feel like I can do this. I'm gonna get 500% more currency. Surely this is a good map. Surely. Keeping a good check on the bosses. Nothing is walking past us. Milk is staying alive. Charges, we have the crap aspect. Everything feels good so far. As long as there's another random one-shot. Should be about to be over now. Come on. What is going wrong here? I have everything set up to have massive currency explosion. And the game is refusing them. What? Not a single tink, one exalt here. This time we used only T3 turrets. Something feels wrong. Blight got emergency nerfed. We're gonna try a few more. At least the 20 I have prepped. But I'm a bit worried that so far we either didn't had a tink
Believe is not the same.
or a brick on the Blights. Yeah. No, I'm experiencing similar things right now, Tom Tom. The loot has not been feeling good in my runs right now. You will see. I'm testing it right now. Maybe it's just a bad raid. Gonna get good maps in a bit again. Alright, good Blight. 8 lanes. Oh no, it's a massive split. I'm gonna place an Ice Cage here. And empower the existing lanes. There's the boss lane. Freeze the bosses. Freeze the bosses, I said. Game! Kassia's not building. Yeah, okay. If I can't place the turret, what am I supposed to do there?
You're making me nervous.
Wow. And now I get... This map would have given Divines again. If I would have been able to place the turret there, I could have frozen the boss and everything would have been fine. But Kasia just refused to build there. That cost me the map. That is so annoying. That we either don't get loot, or it's a breaker and it could have been more loot.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
You stand at a crossroads. Your valor is his potential. There is power. The code.
Sacred Orb, number 26. Well, I guess we start counting it from 0 again. We did manage to get the mirror 1. Oh, come on. Again?
Innocence be broken.
Why are you walking past me? What the heck, dude? Don't want more bricks. I need some wins here. Of course it's a goat. This is so close. Come on, surely this map has to give some divines. For how close this was. Nothing? What is going on here? I'm super juicing these maps and I'm not seeing the return. What am I doing wrong? I'm not happy. Hey, Ferret. French Ferret. How you doing, buddy? Well, this is Perma Solita CI Instaking Trickster Risk Blaster. And today we're blasting Blights with Risk Scarabs. We are immune to all mods. We mitigate most of the ones that are annoying. Like, we are immune to the ones that can break. We mitigate the annoying ones to almost complete extent. The only thing we need is more ES. No, so here's the trick. I have Kinetic Blast on E. So all I do is I hold down E during the map and then I press W whenever I need to move. You mean this mirror, Ferenc? Makes no coffee. I'm not drinking coffee. I drink tea. Ouch. So we can survive an Elder explosion at this point. Just saying. Alright, do we get a decent layout? Why do I even bother asking? What is this crazy thing? If you want blighted maps and oils, you want to be in sewers. But we are doing something different. We are juicing the enemies in our blight, meaning we want as many enemies as possible. So we want as many lanes as possible. Just because a lane is squashed doesn't mean that it spawns double the enemies. This is gonna be a break. There's nothing I can do to stop it. It's so annoying. We had only bricks or bad maps with the last set. With the biggest investment set so far. Blight was so good in my testing yesterday and earlier. And suddenly nothing. Nothing. We're gonna finish the 20 maps and then I'm gonna reconsider what I'm gonna be doing. Maybe I need to swap to Breach after all. Maybe they did emergency stealth nerf Blight. Because they saw too many numbers. I use the upgrade tower because it buffs the enemies. I'm using the Blight Scarab of Invigoration. We don't often get stealth nerfs, especially lately, so it could have been just a very unfortunate streak. But I'm just noticing a big difference, despite me juicing more than before. Yeah, but it hasn't been that much lately. They have been pretty open if they fix a bug. AKA an interaction that resulted in us getting more loot. Well, to be fair, the 8 mod maps were a bug. Fabgun has tested it yesterday on a stream, parallel to me testing it. And has not made a video on it yet, but it has been in some highlights. I guess if Blight is indeed nerfed, we just gonna go back to the next best thing. Not Abyss though. We're gonna attempt Breach again with what we learned with Blight. Or we do Abyss enemies, but I don't want to go back to Hordes. I've been farming it for 2 weeks. I've got tired of it. I mean, bugs are a mistake with when the code acts differently than they intended it to. And sometimes there are just corner cases that went over the head. Happens. I don't mind bugs existing. I just wish there was a clear outline of what is considered a bannable bug abuse and what isn't. But I don't think we're ever gonna get that. Alright, we're about to get a boss lane spawned. There it is. Bosses are not getting stunned. I need to be able to move, game. Then we gonna power myself up. Put minions in their way, I guess. Oh, come on. What is going on right now? I think it's still brisk and free, just. Can I please not break? Ah, yo! What? What am I dying to? At least I would like to see what I'm dying to. I mean, this isn't even juiced. Even if I survive, all these die unjuiced, meaning I don't get loot from them. I have zero control. Normally I can at least place my turrets before this. Can I push back? Can I do something here?
Let his power be known! Predictable!
Apparently not. What is going on here? Nobody knows. Ah, man. I don't mind breaking a map here or there. I did test it a bunch before stream to make sure that it's fine. And I bricked the map here or there. It was fine. But right now, I'm breaking every other map. And every map I don't break, I don't get loot. So what is going on here? Like, a serious question. What the actual? Like, now we got a divine, but it's again a single divine on a breaking map. Instead of being 5 divines on a map that was absolutely juiced up in V1. And it is starting to get me slightly annoyed. That it's right now just one of the two extremes. Unrewarding or a loss. Don't even know what I died in there to. I feel like I had just too many enemies at once. And I couldn't kill them fast enough. But then my Merc. Normally in those maps my Merc dies before me.
Don't bluff.
Getting a lot of infamous. But none with good stuff. Yes, like, I just can't block too many mods. I need the mods that give the rarity. So I'm only blocking bricking mods. More monster life is not an issue normally. I've run maps with 200% more monster life without issues before. Kind of are, yeah. They take more than than Uber Cyrus. 6 lanes, single path, at least something. Splitting at the end. This is fine. This should be the boss lane. Get ready to place it. It is indeed the boss lane. Can we freeze is the question. Looks like it. Does not look like it. What is going on? Hey! Hello? You're not supposed to move. Ah, yo, hey! Hey! Leave my pump alone! What is going on here? Can I please not get a break anymore? This is devastating at this point. Wait, why? The cage should have worked at least, if they were unfrozen, but I didn't even have the time to place the cage. They already went past it, zoomed straight to the pump. Ignored me that stood on the Blight path. I keep only getting the binds on these bricked maps, and that is barely sustain. Don't want to go back to Abyss. I want to have a proper Blight experience. Like, it used to be that, oh, maybe the 5 different lanes one, those were bricks before. But the single path, I never had so many issues with just now with these maps. I'm using the same rankings as I tested earlier. Would those maps please just work? I literally got a mirror with Blight. How is it suddenly just bricks or bad? It's not like it's. I got a mirror one day, literally today. Alright, surely now we are going back to good Blights. This is the boss lane. Trust this. Alright, can I have stabilized, please? Actually be allowed to get my loot out of this map this time? At least this one feels stable so far.
We carry with them.
Alright, surely we are back to having good map now. Come on. We had a tank. One tank. Is it a good tank? One containment scarab. What? 2 exalts, 1 containment scarab. Where's the loot gone to? We need the big loot. These maps are expensive, game. I'm not happy. Cage is a good map to stop them if they don't want to be frozen. Because then they need to be jumping, which only the goats are. To get through. But I'm surprised. Like, when I tested this, I got a tank every map. Just consistently a divine. Or 2 Valdos boxes, or reliquary key. And right now I'm not seeing any of them. And I'm using the currency channel, which I would have assumed makes me get more of them. So the testing is not looking good right now. I'm just getting an absolutely completely different result than previously. Well, we're gonna finish the set of 20. I'm just slightly worried about this now. I'm not jumping to the conclusion of a Shadow Nerf. I'm feeling more like I'm getting extremely unlucky. Like, absolutely insanely unlucky on these right now.
Only hubris.
Because I've been getting Divines just on the maps that were forsaken by the Blight. Or by Cassia, I guess.
your choice. Target in sight. Lining up the shot. Crossing code. You beat me.
Alright. Surely this one's a good one. We have 8 lanes. Please be linear. Okay. So far so good. Read those so I don't have to come back. Is this the boss one? That would be pretty good if this is the boss one. It is not. That is not good that the boss is down here. And bosses have random shrines. Okay. I'm gonna need to make a second one. Give it a cage. Hey, let me move. At least let me try to block.
Your judgment.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
How did they even got through? I had a freeze and a cage there.
Let them reach the
How divine!
Another break. Ow. Did they got past the cage? But again, not like with the, oh, one got through, let me try to fix things. It's just everybody walked through it at the exact same time. I had to abandon everything else. Every other attempt at saving was impossible because I had no time to do anything outside of attacking. This is getting very tiring. We have 5 maps left. Pretty sure we bricked half of our maps this time. Which is not supposed to happen. I'm only doing a freeze tower.
Your delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied, only destroyed.
Normally that's enough. But I guess in every map I somehow give them freeze immune. I will have to try stun plus cage tower, I guess, if freeze doesn't work. Because every map rolls action speed can't be reduced. I'm also getting frustrated here. I just don't have another option. I don't want to go back to Blight. To Abyss. I've been farming it for 2 weeks. I do not want to follow more Abysses around. Yeah, there's action speed, cannot be taunted. They should be able to be staggered. I'm gonna try the stagger shrine. It works. Unique farming is a viability, but I decided to go for a build that does not have space for rarity. I cannot fit rarity on this character. Not enough to make it worth it to go unique farming. I would need to somehow manage to get rarity here, which I really don't want to. I want this ring. Then I would need to get rarity here, which I don't want to again. Or I would need a Simplex, which gets rarity, but then I drop other value from it. And again, don't want to. Just gold flask and rarity support is not enough. I would need another 100 rarity. Oh god. Okay. It can't be underneath, it has to be one of these three, that's the boss. So we're just gonna do this and this. Upgrade those. And hope that's enough. Alright. Maybe stabilized. I mean, this feels good so far. Please just be a good map again. We have 300 currency. This map also roll, I think, on the easier side, because we only have 300 currency and not 400 or 500. The more currency you have, the more rippy the map is. But I mean, we got a bunch of empowering turrets overlapping here, so surely this is good. I mean, otherwise I really don't know. We break so many. We have to see what the numbers say. I must say I'm dead. My mercenary died. Alright, in that case we're gonna empower us with the middle one. So we do not have the Wrath Aura. Actually, our tooltip is not that different from usual, even without it. Alright, at least we didn't break. Come on. This has to be Tinks. No, what is this? Where's my loot? Where are the Tinks? I appreciate the Scarab explosion, but where are the Tinks? Eh? Like, we went from several a map to nothing. Is it fluctuating that much? I mean, if we invest a Divine Plus per map, we need to get something out of the map again. And we are chasing currency drops. So we need those big drops to go even on our maps. And this was a prime contender to be good one. And didn't felt good. So that worries me.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
Eh? What's going on here? My mercenary die already? To what did he die? Oh no. It's not gonna be good. I'm gonna have to do an entire Blight without Merc. And it's an 8-lane one. In a single path. Oh, that's such a good layout. Curve means a lot of overlap. What the? Hey! No! That's not how it's supposed to happen. I was about to place turrets. Hey! Why am I just dying? No! What is actually killing me? Huh? I don't get it. Am I just getting swarmed? Why is it... I mean, I didn't even meant to go on top of everything. Nope. Not good enough because we don't scale the explosion damage. So our percentage damage comes from in spell. We have a little bit of percentage damage here, but it's not gonna be enough to scale RBFN to deal with those enemies. If I already break the Blight, can I at least loot what I have left? Alright, I mean, 3 maps left to test. But the test isn't looking good anymore. I was the test before, very few issues. Very little issues. And just been a blast going through the Blights. Even with the lag, even with dying sometimes. It was never this many bricks in a row. And right now we just get brick after brick, and I don't get it. It's to an extreme that is not okay.
Doesn't matter how this ends. Oh, this won't take long.
Oh. Oh, it's minus lightning, minus fire. If it would have been minus lightning plus fire, it would have been pretty good. Alright. What is this? What is this? Oh, this is beyond bad. A one-laner on an open layout. I feel like I got the mirror and internally they just clicked me on no more luck today. No good drop, no nothing. And this map drops something again. It feels like only on the breaks I get a little bit of loot. The good maps don't drop loot. This is infuriating.
My footsteps, in my father's footsteps. That alone should give you pause.
I would not recommend it. I would rather recommend Kinetic Blast this league. I mean, Snoobay did elemental hit of the spectrum into Tornado Shot with a fist bow, mirror tier bow, and he seems to be working out for him. But I feel like that build is extremely inferior to Kinetic Blast this league. In terms of single target, which really matters because of risk mapping. Also mod mitigation and just speed. Tinctures are very powerful. Both are always viable to an extent. You just need to adjust your gameplay towards it and what you can run. Six lane split lane. And this is the boss lane. No! Not now! I can actually have a chance to clear this. Please. Immediately 8 runs through. The issue is, while I can maybe win this, I don't have time to clear the boss lane. And if I don't have time to clear the boss lane, I don't have time to get the good loot. Apparently I don't even have time for that. Hi Isaac. We are breaking Blights. We had a good Blight earlier today, and since then we have been breaking them all. They just... Sure. That's another break. I guess I'm going back to the drawing board if I can't even run this. I tested so many. I did like 50 and I bricked like 5 of them. Maybe 8. but now I bricked in 20, I bricked at least 10. It looked so promising. I was so hyped. I even got a mirror drop from it. I was so hyped to found a strategy that is an Abyss. That seems to work, and it just does not work anymore. It just break after break after break. No.
Atlas twists
It is
all fates.
SCP.
Be gone from here.
That node is what results in those incredibly explosions. Killing the bosses is actually the biggest loot multiplier. I mean, I'm testing at this point anyway, might as well. I can do 10 without it, but I'm predicting a lot less loot if I don't have the bosses. Because that's actually something I tested before. The bosses are a massive loot multiplier. The Blight enemy is ignoring me and just walking towards the end, and sometimes I still die. And the maps that are good, and where we do finish the Blight, we get no loot. Despite juicing them to a point where we should be getting a ton of loot. We try again. Split path.
Judgment will pass.
Do not let them reach the purification path.
What the heck? You're not supposed to be here.
Power divine.
Alright. Good loot, question mark. Finally again, please. One puzzle box. One singular puzzle box. After this map. Is almost 600 currency. Something is not right here. The numbers aren't adding up anymore. What? This should have been at least 3 diffs. Or Vital boxes or something, not one. Alright. Let's see, I guess, how much we made in those 30 maps where half of them went really badly. Did we delete currency or did we make currency? It took us 2 hours to make 56 divines. We spent 28 divines on these maps, so we made 28 divines plus. Meaning we made 14 different hours on this. This is not great. I don't know what happened, but between the bricks and the loot not appearing, this felt incredibly bad suddenly. I really don't know what changed.
Godslayer, good day.
At least this is feeling great. Turning in the divines. Alright, back to the drawing board on what to run. So, need a bit of a moment of silence. We know that Blight spawns a crazy amount of enemies, and that works really well with risk scrapping. Or it used to at least, and now it does not feel like it does anymore. Or at least I just am getting giga unlucky. Like to a ridiculous extreme. So.
Godslayer,
Let me... Let's see. What else? We could try Profound Depths, but then we are running behind Abysses again, which is something I did not want to do. Legion is not giving enough enemies. This is not gonna result in nearly enough breaches without using breach scarabs. And if we use breach scarab, we can't use risk scarabs. Hmm. Hmm? I mean, I could go back to breach beyond. That wasn't that bad. But also, it might just be that this is the point where I need to step away from Giga Juice mapping and just do some map testing. If Blight is not working for me and I don't want to do Abyss, maybe I could look into some Awakened Harvest farming. We got a pretty fast build. This might actually be something. We still have these maps. We might as well run them. That in my last 20 maps, I bricked too many of them, and the ones I didn't break did not give me loot. Yep, that is Blight. Gonna run at least those last ones. Not give up halfway. We already chiseled those. Those I also, but those weren't rolled, so I don't mind it too much. I at least want to give the last 10 a try. It shouldn't just be bad now. That should just... They should still be profitable. And I know that there's a lot of strategies that are money, but those are things like map rushing. I'm trying to do these big juiced up strategies at the moment, forcing myself to run those instead of running something that just requires zoom mapping, which I might go back to, but not on this build. I will make a separate build for that. I wanted to finish this build first. We're gonna do 10 more. Surely those are gonna work.
Conquering the Atlas, it is conquering you.
Base currency do.
Indecision is terribly unbecoming. Weapons at the ready. Or be on your guard. To go the spoils.
Hey, split path. Don't know which one's the boss yet. I need to be a bit careful. That's the boss, okay. How are you getting over here again? Come on. Don't bring me another Blight. Can I move, please? Would still like to upgrade the rest of my towers. Oh, I'm dead. How the heck did they teleport all up here with me? What is going on at this point?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Judgment and power.
Of course. They walked off the road onto the pump. It would have been a good one if I could have killed the bosses. This would have been a fine map. Just zero control.
You gamble with forces you barely comprehend.
One map without lag would have been fine too. I feel like that's too much to ask of the game at this point.
I'm of House Kaya. Choose as you will, so it's death you want. Die! Each finds tribute. Take it.
I'll be known!
Alright, can I please have a proper layout? Okay, line, long curve at the end. We can work with that.
Marching exiles.
Low boss here.
Predictable, heretic.
I'm pretty sure I just died to a meteor.
Without you, my failure.
Pain is a test.
My Merc died already. Can I please have control over my character back? Apparently the answer is no. Right. We're about to break the map. Alright. I guess I'm just gonna let the Blight fail, because I cannot kill anything anymore.
Do not let them reach the purification pump.
How many enemies spawned there on top of me? Just unable to do anything. I need to take a break from Blight. It's getting really infuriating at this point. Just every time it's a break, nothing I can do. Degen should be fine, because anything that doesn't one-shot me, I can just hit, and I regain my entire ES when I hit with Kinetic Blast. I gain so much flat, leech, instant leech, they just regain everything. But I'm getting hit by so many enemies in one point, that before the next leech tick happens, I'm just dead. So, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna let this run. Either the Blight is gonna fail, or it's gonna take half an hour to finish this. I mean, I'm not even attacking anymore, and it's just lagging. This is beyond ridiculous. So, enjoy the show, I guess. I'm gonna eat a snack. I'm getting hungry.
You're making me nervous.
Huh. Blight's still not over? I expected to either... I expected it to be done at this point. One pinch, I'm using 20% daily, so it's not 100% delirium. I don't think the towers can win with a Fizz and a Freeze Tower. But apparently they can stop him. So what we can do is we can fix the PoE. Right, so we have no balance of terror anymore. We dropped that. We have a melding. Even my PoB is lagging from the game. We are slowly losing everyone. Very slowly. What is even going on here at this point? Hey Kasuke, how you doing, buddy? Nice, nice. I've tried Blight today, and at first it went really, really well, and then suddenly it went absolutely horrible. I have too many points. I don't know what I dropped. Why is even my PoB lagging? Alright. We need to make this different. This different. This different. This is different. This is different. This is different. And this is different. We have max light with int. Energy. Gilbao, I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. Alright, we got the jewels. Yeah, we add a mage blood. Focus on resistances. Mm-hmm. Yo! We still haven't lost. Nothing is happening. This one's about to die. Oh, that's Cassia, never mind. I find it very interesting that literally nothing is moving. Like, everything's just standing still. We need to copy in ring, amulet, but we can make helmet, boots, gloves, weapon 2. Yes, okay. Volatility, energy lead. Yeah, that looks correct. Trigger tornado. Falling. I find it funny that even my POB is lagging. Look! One enemy died! I'm gonna try to re-enter it one more time with just the bosses remaining. Surely I can do something. Once we have this fixed. That's a 3-link, that's a 3-link. Missing something? What am I missing? We have Arctic, Discipline, Precision, Spellslinger, crap. That's a 4-link. That's a 4-link. That plus Flame Dash, 3 auras. Ah, right, we have an Abyss Socket. Body, helm, boots, gloves. Alright, that also looks fancy this way. Alright. We have one portal. What could go wrong with this last portal? Ah, cool. Insta-dead. Fun.
There is no salvation to be found here, only the gradual undoing of all that you are.
I'm quite surprised still. Like, I managed to do the first 20, 30, 40 blights without any bigger issues. And suddenly I'm just breaking more than I don't. I don't really understand why. Nothing changed in the behavior I roll my maps. Nothing changed to how I run them. But I can't seem to have the blight under control anymore. Imagine seeing what's going on.
Do not let them reach the purification pot.
Can I get Tinks again? Slightly better.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
No gods in Trathis. Let fear be your gospel. Step up! Strip me of all I have left. Such is your right.
Well, let's try another Blight. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, 9 lane Blight, but one is a very shitty side lane I'm just not gonna wanna worry about. Those are just pain. I'm just gonna completely negate that from being any issues. Except that it's gonna spawn a boss later. I need to be ready for that.
Put out your mycelium. New root.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. A match of my might. Take this vitality.
Would you not walk past me, please?
Take this.
I really don't want to lose another Blight.
Mortal flesh is so fallible.
Hey. Hey, goat. Hey! What the heck, dude?
Stop and hunt.
Just refuses to die.
Take this vitality.
Can I have control over my character back again? No? Alright. Guess this is another break. Of course. I knew this lane is... Bah. I don't think that matters at this point on these maps. Look, again, if I would have been able to kill everything, it would have been an absolute loot fiesta. But the maps where I would have been good, I break. Where does it even say that? What just happened? Why are there 6 scarabs, but only 5 maps? Heh? Something is not right here.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
I give up the talk. Give up on. Make your choice. Let fear be your gospel. Take it in.
I can try next map. I heard Vulcan is better for Blight. Are you also on Kinetic Blast? Yeah, that I'm fully aware of. That I need to kill the map enemies fast, but sometimes I just can't. Cool, that kicked me out. What the actual... Hello? Game? What even is this thing? That does not look healthy. And look at his grin. Jesus. Yeah, nothing wrong here. Nothing to see here. Nothing wrong here. Still sane? Not with this screen. Oh, man. Alright, let's see. One thing I learned while running these maps is that this is gonna be the Blight bosses. Because it's supposed to be a cold portal, but it isn't. Oh, actually, that's this one. I said nothing, but still. The Blight boss lane, the overwritten one, is never on a special lane type. What are they doing back here? Oh, cool. Now my UI is flashing.
That's what it will.
Got certain headhunter buffs. I don't have a headhunter.
Oh, go.
About 3 million, Zeke. Did it just gotten worse? Is there more here now? Not my variant, Projo, but a variant, surely. Everything's just floating here. I did not crash. This one was successful. Maybe. I have to see. At first it wasn't, because at first my entire screen flickered, including my UI.
Stay out. Stay sane.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. A mouse for my mind. Twin terrors. A mouse for my mind. Mortal flesh is so fallible. A mouse for my mind.
I like it too. It's interesting.
Moves quickly.
So, to be fair, I'm not building around it, I just have it on top of other things.
Power me down!
A mouse of my mind. Life is so brittle.
Alright, let's start with the easy part. One of those are gonna be the boss lane. Right. Alright, we might have stabilized. UI is flickering. Once, more, less, who knows? I think I successfully made this build. The rares aren't perfect. I would theoretically need to recraft gloves, boots, helmet. I might even do that still. I'm using Invigoration Scarab, making each empowering tower makes the enemies around him have more loot. Stacking buff. We had an insane start into the day with the mirror drop. Sadly, I wasn't streaming when I got it. It was the last map I did before I started the stream. Then the first map of the stream was fine, and since then it's been downhill. A lot of deaths, a lot of just unfun experiences. And the maps that went well, similar to this one, usually just did not drop the loot. So we have to see how this one goes. But I'm expecting nothing at this point. Other than that, Leaks has been doing great. I'm having overall still a blast. I might need to take a break today, just take a step back, maybe work on a Magic the Gathering deck. Maybe I just need to take a break, work on the video tomorrow. Alright. Come on, please, at least a tink. A single fort. This is what I mean. I do remember, yes, buddy. For how juiced this map is. 388 currency, not a single divine. Valdos. I don't know. It just does not feel right. Yeah, but other maps had like 50 Chaos Orbs. This is not a lot, Proto. This map is a bad one. And I succeeded at Blight. I had bricked Blights that had better loot. I don't know what's going on. I'm not happy with this. I said I do play D&D. I'm not a DM. I'm usually just playing a rogue or playing a warlock or something, charisma based, and talking my bullshit through the game.
Perhaps your intentions are good. So are mine. It makes no difference to the Atlas.
No worries. I mean, I only also just remembered the conversation because you've been in chat and you said the keyword that we talked about D&D before. My brain is pretty reaction triggered. I don't have a perfect memory. I can't remember stuff from nothing. But if given an impulse, something that triggers the rest of the memory, I regain the complete memory. Like when I read a book, I can't say exactly all the details anymore. But when I read a page, I suddenly remember all the details that happened before and after it. Maybe at some point in the future, but I'm a pretty bad note taker, and as far as I'm aware, DMs are notorious for needing to prepare stuff and taking some notes. Maybe I make a PoE-based D&D campaign at some point. That would be pretty interesting. What is this? Why is there a single split lane here? You can message me on Discord. If I have the time, I might respond. Oh, wait. How is that not enough to stop them? They're getting not frozen. Cool. I have no idea what's going on at this point. My entire UI is flickering. I have my ring annoyance, yes.
My innocence being broken! My innocence isn't... You are unworthy!
I can't even build stuff. Hey! Perish! I have no idea. What is this? I see even less now. Huh? What the heck happened? I'm pretty much done with... Hey, Dick. I'm pretty much done with Blight for today. I think I just need to take a rest. Maybe work a bit on the build. Maybe do something else. I can't even juice. I can't even place turrets. It gotten worse. SCP, it's worse now. I don't even see my skills anymore. Before I at least saw my UI. I don't even see my UI anymore. Can't even place turrets. I guess I'm just not Blight ready yet, as much as I would like to be. How did you get over there now? What is this? Am I just about to lose my Blight again? I have no idea what's happening. I don't know if I've lost, if I'm winning. Oh, I lost. Cool. I'm done. I'm sorry. I tested this before stream. I had no issues. It worked fine. It was profitable. I looked so promising. And since I started the stream, it was only downhill. I lost all motivation to play PoE today. Gonna finish the PoB, I'm gonna make the guide tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure this will be it for in-stacking Kinetic Blast. The build has been a success overall. I made a bunch of currency with it. I've been blasting different things. It can do bosses and everything. But I don't want to go back to Abyss, and Blight is just not working out. It has been only downhill from here. It's I'm just not enjoying it right now. I need to take a step back, look from it, look what I want to do, look if I want to do anything, or if I just need to, it's time to change the build. We made overall profit today. I mean, I got a mirror, that alone is profit. We had a shipment, the initial blights were fun, and then it just went downhill. Got a bunch of liquefying to do, but I need to do it at a different time. So we just gonna look at the PoB here. I did drop the mirror, yes. I literally dropped the mirror right before I was about to start the stream. Overall, build has been fun. It was a good build. Well, it is a good build. I just don't know how I can push it to the point where I can do the Blight, and again, I just don't want to go back to the Abyss. Hmm. Energy, energy. Cheers. Intelligence. Motivation. Abyss socket. Intelligence. One resistance. Energy, energy shield. Onslaught craft. Alright. So, in a perfect scenario, this build has beyond crazy intelligence. Oh, wait. I forgot that I added that. It's still a good amount of intelligence. For this version of it. I need to make better clusters. One is effect, energy shield, all attributes, intelligence. Alright, then we craft flask, utility, diamond, cause effect of 60. This mood. Resistances. Effect. And lastly, Quicksilver. Reduced reflect. And effect. Alright, take care, Kasuke. I don't think I'm gonna be playing PoE today. I'm gonna take a break, I'm gonna fix stuff, and I'm gonna be back tomorrow with more interest to push further. Yeah, it's called CI variant. I guess you can... I will add a note to it. Mm. It's just not correct. Alright, take care, Case, okay? Alright. Um... Alright, let's see, we need to still fix one res. And then we need the body. Um... Alright. That the bold. What did I do different on tree? That. Those. Didn't grab this because it didn't feel worth it. Alright. Okay. That is the PoE. So a video will come out for this tomorrow. I'm happy with the build. It has a high EHP pool, has a high max hit totals, and for pretty much any content that is not the absurdity that is Blight, it's fine. I'm happy with the build. And if I would upgrade the body armor now to this one, I would be reaching 2.3k ES, which is pretty insane. I will leave it on the Discord as the update, and I will make the video for it tomorrow. I do recommend watching the video on top of just looking at the POB, because there are a few details about the build that only make sense if you are aware of them, and not just from looking at a POB. Alright, the POB is updated. I appreciate the conversations today, everyone watching. I apologize for the appalling mood I had towards the end of this stream. It just, the map's not working out suddenly, and even if they worked out the loot not being there, it just killed my complete momentum. And I really, really don't want to go back to Abyss farming. I've done enough of that. I pushed it for the sake of pushing this build. I had a blast, I got a mirror dropped. I see this as challenge completed. I pushed the build to its limits. The only thing I would do now is I would mirror the chest. I would have the chest. I would need to get this to 3 lightning instead of 2 all max res. And I would need to get better T1 rolls on my gear instead of T2 rolls. And that's about it. And this is the last percentage of the push that I just don't see enough interest in, given that the content that I would be pushing for just feels a little bit too far out of reach. So yeah, we're gonna see the video tomorrow. I might make something with the Trickster. I might just make a second build. We will have to see what is what when we take a look at what is... No, I'm not gonna snaking. So, 2 potentials. Either I'm making a speed mapper and I'm going to be testing a bunch of low investment strategies with insane returns. Or I'm gonna go SSF. And I'm gonna learn SSF as my next stage of improving my game. Being more efficient in my push, being more efficient with my currency, and understanding how I can make a better character. I mean, I did SSF before, but I stopped at 4 stone. I did never done any 1 week SSF gameplay or 1 month SSF gameplay. I've done about a couple GSF now. But I never really put much effort into SSF, so we will see what I do there. Sadly, I did miss Smooth League, else I would join that, but I still had the goal of finishing this build and getting that mirror drop, which I did. I see that I succeed. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here. An hour earlier than planned, but I hope that is okay. And I'll be seeing everyone tomorrow.